Hi, John. Good
Hello,
morning.
sir. Good morning.
Yep. How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Okay, okay. So, yeah, let's just wait for them for a couple of minutes. It's still early. Um, but yeah, for today, we'll try to finish data structures, and then can just give them more practice on still slicing those data structures. Okay, I'll be switching off my camera for a while. Hi, Hasiba. Welcome to the meeting. Can you hear me, Hasiba? Okay, okay. Thank you. Let's just wait for the others. Maybe for, yeah, 3 minutes, and then after that we can start whether someone join or not. Yeah, I think we can start. Here's Grace. Um, Hi, Grace. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, how's your weekend? Good morning.
It's moving by really fast.
Sorry, can you say it again? Wasn't able to.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
just saying it moving by really fast.
oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
Oh, Anissa.
Yeah. Anissa says that I think he can't join today's lab. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking about weekends, yeah, it seems that those 2 days during the weekends they have, I think, shorter. They feel like they have less than 24 hours, but in reality they're just the same in terms of duration. But just as the saying goes, if you enjoy something, seems the time uh, uh, passes by so quickly. And well, oftentimes during weekends, those would be the times that you'll be doing chores, like cleaning the house, doing the laundry, and maybe, yeah, watching movies, those kinds of things. Well, personally, typically I only use like Sunday for cleaning the house, um, bathing the dogs, and um, washing the car. So those are my typical schedule during Sundays. So anyway, I think we can start. Are you good to start, Siba, Grace?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So for today's session, we'll be extending the idea about indexing. We'll apply the the idea on data structures. So containers, to put it shortly. So let me share my screen. So this is the third session in Python. Let me swap the screens. Okay, please let me know if you can see it now. Okay, awesome. So welcome, Hasiba, Grace, and those that will be watching asynchronously. Welcome to the third class, the third session on Python. And before that, let's do a quick recapitulation of class number 2. And hopefully the ideas about the things that we discussed the last session was were already clear by now. Okay, so just a quick recap. Hi Jeff, welcome to the meeting. So the last meeting
Hey,
we discussed about strings. Yep, we just started. So we also discussed about arithmetic operators, those operators that we typically use in math, comparison operators, and we were able to see how to convert data types, right? So we learned how to manipulate the strings, how to paste strings together, how to print them in a way that we can alter the other parts of it by putting those parts as a variable and just add a few manipulation in the print statement. And we also learned about the length function, which is something that we saw during the SQL session. And here, the indexing. So the indexing is somehow counterintuitive, but always remember that we always starts with zero, with the first element when we refer to the index. But with with the length, when we apply it, it would give you the total number of elements. So if you compare the index, the final the index of the final element, it would be always less than one as compared to the length, as what you can see in your screen right now. So the letter O, which is the last element of the word hello, has an index value of 4. However, the the number of elements of the string, number of characters, as you may, totals to 5. Okay, and we can access those, right, by identifying the indices. So this is based on what part of the string do you want to extract? Do you want to slice? Okay, so I hope everything's clear. Questions about this? And this is just a trick.
can you go
that-
back real quick
Sure.
to the that Batman? I just want to see the index
Hmm.
within how. What are we extracting? What is the Batman zero?
Yeah, the Batman here. So the Batman is a variable, which is just a name based on our discussion about variables in Python. So we gave the string Bruce Wayne, which is the name of
Oh, I see. I
Batman.
see. I see. Zero will be the first one, and
Yeah,
two will be
zero
the
is
third
the first
character.
one. Yeah. So this square bracket is the slicing operator in Python. So you use that in order to access elements of a container, or in this case, a string. So the zero refers to the index of letter B, which is the first element. So if you use it together with the Batman, then you will get this output. So the reason why it shows both the output of this and this line, the first character and the third character, is that both are used with the print or the explicit printing. So if you don't use the print function for this part, then only the U would be shown. Okay, so that it's something that you always need to remember, that if you want to display everything, then make sure that you are doing explicit display or explicit printing. Okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. Yep. Awesome. Awesome. So moving forward, just a quick run through of these things. Um, yeah, so we extended the idea of slicing by adding the stop. So now we can stop depending on um, yeah, where we want to stop. So the idea here is we can create a substring depending on the length that we prefer by assigning a stop value. However, you always need to remember that the stop, okay, is not included in the output. So as you can see in here, if we assign the stop as 5, that would not be part of the substring. So it will end before that. Okay, so if you want to get everything, okay, remember that you just have to specify the length because the length is always greater than the index value of the last character of your string. So putting the length of the character in here in the position of the stop would give you the entirety of the string. Always remember that. And you can actually put like any large value in there. Um, that's the easier way, right? If you don't want to type the len of that string, you can just put a very large number, and then it would give you all of the factors of that string. So here's an example. We have the string, right? A to P. So for the first element having an index value of 0 up until to the third, right? To the third, or index value of 3, not the third element, obviously. So it should be the fourth. Um, so the string corresponding to the index value of 4 would not be included. So it would only be 0, 1, 2, and 3. So total of 4 characters. So it would be A, B, C, and D. We will not include the E, although E has the index value of 4. So in the system, we know that it will not be included. Okay. Similar with this thing. So 7 would be equal to H. So the G would be, until G would only be included, but starting with letter B, because we started with index value of 1. Okay. So things that, yeah, probably by now, it's way more clear as compared to the first time that you saw it. But in order to make it more natural and um, to have better retention, more practice is required. So John would be guiding you through uh, the lab the lab session today for more practices about this. Okay, so moving forward, here we have again extended the idea. So aside from the stop, we added this step function or functionality that we can somehow apply um, a pattern or a skipping in the extraction or the slicing of the string. So for example, you want to get the every other letter of of a string, then you'll be using the value of 2 for the step position or in the step position, but the default is 1. Okay, so whether you put something there or just put start and stop, by default it's running a step equal to 1. So it's scanning through all of the letters, all of the characters of your string. Okay, so that's what it does. And here, this is
I
an
mean, but
example.
it still
Yep.
starts from 0. It's just that like every step is 1, right? So it's like,
Yeah, but you can change that. It's not
but why
it's
why
not
is why is this showing 6 for the stop first stop?
It's a predetermined value. So you set that. You set where to stop based on
Yeah, but then we're
the
printing ACE though, right?
yeah.
C isn't
So
C uh two?
um yeah. So we start with zero, which is A, right? So A would be zero. Then you count one, two. Then the next would be C, right? And then you count again one, two. The next is E. However, remember that your stop value is with the element that has an index value of
Oh, you
six.
mean this is your total length stop, and then you
Yes.
essentially go into it and then ask it to do it.
Yeah. So you would stop before this. So it the last element that should be included in your output should be the one equivalent to an index value of 5, which is in this case 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will not include F because if you count two characters, right, you're skipping every other character. The next is G, which is already out of bounds, out of the stop value. That's why we do not include letter G. But if
Got it. So
we
when you use
extend that,
this, it's gonna. Oh, it's sorry. It's step. I misread. I thought it was a start, stop, stop. So
oh
step.
no
It's
no no,
essentially finding the
yeah, it's a
total.
step.
Uh,
Yeah, so you can extend that
essentially, it's finding every
every
number.
other, yes, every other. So we'll be skipping one character from like every string that you'll be ending. So once you extract one, you skip another, you extract that, and you skip again until you hit that stop value, which is in this case index value of 6, index value of 5. Okay, okay, all good, all clear.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. Yep, awesome. So this is another example that we did, right? And I did it in a different way. The difference is just since I want to scan all of this, I assume that the word hello is long. So what I did was instead of putting 5 in here, I just included the length of hello, right? The length of my string. So basically, the system sees it the same thing as this last line, because the length of my string is just equal to 5. So it's still a number. Okay. So I just added like a different flavor, but basically I did um, the same thing during that example. So concatenation. So this is something that you cannot do with SQL, right? Because with SQL, if you try adding two strings using the plus symbol, it would throw you an error because it would expect that you're trying to add to numbers. But in Python, in order to concatenate strings, you can use that plus symbol. Okay, that plus symbol would paste together the strings. So it automatically knows that when you try to combine two strings, then plus would work, right? And yeah, in SQL, we use two methods here: the concat function and the pipe operator. Okay, which is well, both of those methods would give you the same thing. Okay, so with the operators, I think this things um the only different would be the exponent, right? So the exponent is something because in other programming languages, um, they use caret, right? So here in Python, this is also something that I always commit. I always forget that exponentiation in Python is double asterisk. So, well, the good thing when you're working with IDEs, it will give you an idea about the error, right? It would identify the line, okay, and in which the error is at. So you can easily recall that, oh, okay, I committed an error of like using a different operator for a certain thing. So we stopped at that because the others are just easy, right? Um, Converting data types, the codes are simple. If you want to convert something into float, you just use the float function to that, if it's an integer, to that variable that you want to convert. If you want to convert something into string, then use the str function, right? So those things are straightforward. So let's see the plans that we have for today's session. And before that, um, if you can't, if you're not feeling it, right, you are like you have passed halfway through the cohort. You have finished Microsoft Excel, you have finished SQL, and you're already on the third lecture for Python. Days are fast. Days are fast. And we are supposed to end on August. Okay, on August. Maybe there's a bit of an extension, but I think it should be sometime like second week or yeah, I'll need to verify the calendar, but if I can remember it correctly, it should be second week. Is it second week, John? Do you recall? Um,
I think our cohort will end on August 7, and it will be
August
extended
7th.
possibly
Yeah,
until second week of
second week.
August.
Yeah, perfect. Because maybe on August I'll be in Japan, so I'll do the classes. Japan is like just an hour earlier. Um, an hour earlier as compared to the Philippines. Yeah, second week. Hmm. Maybe I can give you a bit of extension, especially with the other requirements with um, Power BI. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Okay, so what are today's plans? What are data structures? Okay, we'll be defining each and work on with list, tuples, and the methods that we can apply to this data structures in order to manipulate them. Okay, manipulate them. So after this data structures, we'll be proceeding to a more advanced data structures, which are called data frames. So data frames would be the center point of our discussion in the upcoming weeks. Why? Because most of the time, the data set that you'll be uploading in Colab or any other Python IDs would be in the form of data frames. And Python has tons of libraries, tons of functions that would allow you to do complex calculations, complex analysis um, for for data that are in data frame format. Okay, so let's start with this. And again, guys, you can interrupt me anytime if you have any questions or if something is unclear. Okay, so what are data structures? A data structure is a way of storing and organizing data according to a certain format or structures. There are four primary built-in data structures in Python: list, tuples, dictionary, and set. Okay, let me see the chat box. Jeff says internet have some issues. I'm going to walk to a nearby Starbucks. No, no worries, Jeff. Thanks for letting us know. Okay. So yeah, for our session for this cohort, we will be discussing list, tuple, and dictionary. Okay, or maybe no. I also discuss set, but I'll reserve it for the next meeting because I think it's important that you also know how to navigate with sets. Okay, so for today's session, we'll cover this three, and we'll familiarize ourselves with the distinctions between these three data structures. So let's start with list. So for me, lists, they are the easiest among the three that you just saw, and maybe even among these four. Lists are the easiest to work on. There are tons of methods that are available for you in manipulating lists. But there are also disadvantages, like if you compare it with dictionaries, lists consume more memory. Okay, and in terms of security, um, dictionaries have better security. Again, we're storing information here, right? Storing and organizing. So there's also a question about security. So again, um, comparing lists with dictionaries, as one of its advantage, has better security. You cannot easily edit um, items in dictionary as compared to editing items or elements in a list. So I've included here a visual aid for a list. Okay, lists are the most common way to store elements of different data types in one container, and it's the main advantage of list. Okay, the main advantage of it is you can store different data types. You might be thinking, in reality, Jeff, we don't do that, right? What we do is we try to have a container for a variable of uniform type or for entries of uniform or similar type. Like, for example, a list of names would be a list of strings. A list of age would be a list of integer, depending on how you recorded the age. So you can think of it as columns in Microsoft Excel. It's not common that you have in one column an entry that is a string, another entry on the same column that is a number or a boolean or other data type, right? It's uncommon that you see that. Again, in practice, every column must have uniform um, data type as input. So, however, there are instances in which you'd be needing to store um, information of different data types. For example, think of it as a student record, containing information about the student number, which is would be a string, although it's a number. But if you add the dash or whatever other characters that the student number might contain, it would be then a string, right? And then the name would be a string, the age, the courses taken, and other related or associated things with the student record. So in those cases, the list would be the easiest way to store those elements together. Okay, and we use the square brackets to enclose the contents of a list. So that is bullet number 2 right here. So always remember that, because this, knowing the keys, or how do you call this? Square brackets. What other terms can we use for this? Parentheses, grouping operator. Okay, knowing the grouping operator would allow you to identify the data structure. So try to remember now. Okay, try to how should I say this? Try to imprint it in your mind that when you see the square brackets, when you see elements enclosed by the square brackets, it's automatically a list. Okay, so here we see that lists are ordered. Okay, similar to strings, it's ordered that it contains IDs or indices. So this first element, which is a string, is an index value of 0. It is followed by another element, which is an integer, and then it has an index value of 1. And then another list, look at that. You have a list, okay, and the list inside. So this is an example of what we call a nested list, which is a list inside another list, okay? And we will see later how we can navigate through this kind of setup, okay? And I'll be giving an example of what it looks like, okay? So I just used here different shapes, but of course, in reality, there would be another square bracket here that contains another set of elements, right? And then the last one, which has an index value of 3, is equal to a float. It is a float, okay? So any questions, guys? Can I get a thumbs up if everything's clear? No questions? So I would interpret the silence as yes. Okay. So how to create the list? Again, as I said earlier, um, square brackets. Okay, square brackets are for list. So give the list a name. So this is similar to how we create variables. So we'll be giving this list a name. So this list of fruits, apple, banana, and mango, okay, this is a collection of fruits, different kinds of fruits. We will be associating it to my fruits. So this now is a list. So if you print that, you would see that it would display this collection at the top. Okay, so let's move and change to collab so that we can try it together. And let's explore other examples of creating lists. And I want you to do it together with me. You have to build that muscle memory. Okay. So I'll be, I think at this comment, um, creating a list. So we start with creating this my underscore fruits, which is equal to this set of different kinds of fruits. We have banana in there, an apple, and mango. Okay, and even if you don't print it and just do implicit um, printing without the use of the print function, you would be able to see the contents of that list. Right? So we can further create this list. I will name it as my list. And just to give you an example that we can combine all together different data types to form a list. Let's go on and do that. We'll have a string, which is my name, and then let's have an age in there. Of course, age 18 is not my real age. Okay. Um, let's see. We can in fact add a boolean in there, and what else? We can add a float. We can add um, let's see. Did I miss any data type that we talked about earlier? No, I think we have all the three in there. So if we do just that and do an implicit printing, you see that, yeah, we have here those elements together that form a list. Okay. But again, in actual practice, you would rarely see this because we try to we try to put all of those values in a uniform setup, uniform framework. But just
And
for the
Jeff, you can put a list in your list, right? Like for the
yeah,
diagram, so you can put my fruits in here.
yes, that's a great um, idea, Grace. We can nest. This is now called a nested list. Um, if we put a list inside another list, we are forming what? We are forming then a nested list. So a list inside a list. Okay, perfect. Um, however, while you can do that, it would actually screw your analysis later on. Okay. Remember that. I want to stress this. I want to highlight this for everyone. Let me just pull up my Excel file because I don't want to have this to I don't want you to have this um this potential thinking that it's okay to have this. Okay. So let me give you an example. Can you see my Excel now, guys? Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the ideal setup, which is what we always want, even with Python when we analyze data, the columns should refer to the variables. So suppose that we have here a variable age, a variable height, and a variable weight. Okay. So of course, all of this would be uniformly numbers, right? Um, all of that should be numbers. So say 30 to 60 for this one, and for this one, say in pounds, 155 to say 185. Oh, should be should be here. And I can actually do it here also for the height in centimeters, right? So this is what I was referring earlier, that if a column is supposed to be of a particular data type, like all of this are numbers, it doesn't matter if it's float or integer, it's still fine because the functions that you can apply in both of the floats and the integers are just the same. Okay, so having floats or integers there in each of the columns would not matter. However, if you have, say, a string in here for some reason, 32, that would give you a pain because if you try to generate a measure here that would summarize the age for this set of people, for this population, then it would not allow you to do so, right? Because the average can only be applied to numbers. So this is now only being applied to this. It's disregarding this. It doesn't see that 32 in there. So there's somehow discrepancy on the computations that you will do. Currently, it's not throwing us an error, but in Python it will do. Okay, it would throw us an error that okay, this entire column now would actually be a string. The existence of one string input would change everything into a string. Do you follow? So, is this even clear, guys? So, if we go back here, right? Having this capability of putting all together this different um types of information, it's good, right? However, in the analysis perspective, you can't go any further with that. So this is only useful for the sake of storing information. But after that, and if you want to do further analysis, you would be needing to do pre-processing in order to put it in a format where you can, for example, analyze the trend of grades depending on the gender, depending on the age or the amount of time spent on studying, those kinds of things. You cannot do that in this kind of format. And again, it would make things more complicated if you put another list inside it. So at this point, you just made it more complicated. Okay? But it's a good thing for just storing information, for just having like one place for everything that is associated to Jeff, right? So for that purpose only. And it makes me think that for this kind of purpose, dictionaries are more efficient to use, as we can see later. Okay, do you follow, guys? Follow? Okay, so let's move back to the slides. Now, um, the way we sliced the strings using the indices is the same way we will be accessing the elements of a list, because going back, you've seen that it is ordered. So we are utilizing the indexing that we used for strings to order each of the elements of a list. So here, if we say that I want to extract apple, or the first element of the myfruits list, you can just use this slicing operator, square bracket, to get that, right? Is it possible to extract a list from a list? What do you think? Let's see, right? Let's see if it's possible. Currently, it's allowing us to extract elements, but what if we want to create a sub list from a list? Okay, so let's try that. Let's go back here, and I think we can make use of the myfruits instead of the my list. So to show that idea of utilizing the index value, so this would result to apple, right? If we do that, it would give us that thing. Um, what if we apply the stop the stop idea? Like, let's stop until 3, right? Because the length of my fruits is equal to 3. So if you want to get all of the elements, then well, basically just replicate the content of that. There you have the my fruits, and it's, as you can see, on a list format. If I use 2 in here, then mango will not be included, but still it would be on the form of a list. So that's how you do um, slicing of a list to create another list. Because there should be a way to contain those elements together, right? And since they are in the parent container a list, then it's sort of automatic that on the child container it would be on the form of a list also. Do you follow? So it's not true for the other data structures, because there are data structures that you cannot slice it, because one of the reason is it's not ordered. Okay, as what we'll see later, it's not ordered. That's why you cannot use the slicing process that we're doing. Questions, guys? Questions? Questions? Can I get a thumbs up if everything's clear? We're almost done with the first R. That was fast. Okay, that was fast. Let me think of what I can share with you here. Okay, let's play with the my list, because the my list is more complicated than the my fruits. How do you think I would be able to access mango from the my list? I want you to think. how can Jeff access Mango, which is the element of the sub list, or not the sub list? That's technically incorrect. It's the element of the nested list. Okay, in my list. I want you to think. Hmm, how can we do that? Can we ask ChatGPT? Yes, we can. But I want you to think first. I want you to develop that solving skill first before we utilize this amazing tool. Any ideas, guys?
Some kind of inner brackets or something. Like
That's just genius, Grace. Um,
I'm gonna
you,
change the stop or some bracket there.
um,
Or no.
what were you thinking when you said inner bracket? That's actually
Um
correct.
like like you were able what the heck? Sorry, my blind just fell. My blinds. Um
Yeah, yeah.
so like you were able to extract two of the list in my fruits from 0:2. So you
Hmm.
have to go to my list and like go to the fourth element, but then like do an inner bracket somewhere or fourth, like fourth index in my list, and then somehow
Hmm.
do some kind of inner bracket to extract the
Yes.
listed things. I
So,
don't
so
know.
let me follow your thinking and try to write the codes for you. So it would be my list, and you said that we have to go first to this, right? What is the index value of the nested list?
Or
4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So then, what should we do after this? If we run this, so yeah, we can now access the nested list. Now, what should we do after that? How can we set up the sort of inner bracket after that?
I don't know.
And it's
Looks like you've extracted the list.
yeah, I've extracted
Goal
the my
completed.
list. Okay, I'll be giving you maybe a minute or two. I think you can think of an idea. Well,
So
ideas.
can you reiterate again what is it that you want? Because my understanding is how can we extract the fruit list from the my list?
No,
So
how
by
can we
doing my list
extract
for
mango
oh
from the my
mango was
fruit?
the question.
Yeah,
Shoot.
only
Okay.
mango. Exactly. Not the entirety of the my fruits.
So you'd go open bracket 4, open bracket 3, close close.
Okay, okay. Can you repeat that for me? Open bracket 4.
Open bracket 3 or no 2.
Where should I put it? After
Should
the
there be a
4?
comma? Yeah, right there.
Um,
No comma.
yeah, if you do a comma here, then it's
No
not
need.
a valid operator
Yeah.
of the slicing operator, right? So it would likely throw you an error. So it's telling us that it's not a tuple. A tuple is also a data structure, so it has a form of x and y, which utilizes the comma. So definitely we cannot do that, but it's a good start.
So it'll be 4, open bracket 3, and then close close.
Open bracket 3, and then close, something like this.
Yeah.
Let me think. What would this give us? I'm not sure. Let's try running it. Oh, we're
Oh
trying
wait,
to
there's
sort.
only 3 in the list, so it's index 2.
Okay. However, it's not what the error is telling us.
Still not. Yeah.
Yeah, the error is telling us something different, which is subscriptable. Um, so what we're trying to do here is to actually slice this, which is not sliceable, I should say, because we slice either a string or other data structures such as a list. Do you follow? What we're trying to do here is to slice this. So that's why it's telling us that it's not subscriptable. Hmm. How about the others? Well, Grace is thinking further. Maybe you have other ideas there. So this thing is a list, right? So maybe this would make it easier for you if it is like this. My list 2 is equal to my list. Now, although this is another layer that is not really needed, but for the purpose of you uh, to be able to think the solution, I'm just doing this, right? So we see it, John. Okay, now you have a my list 2 right here. What do you do to get the mango? Apply the same principle, right? But this time you'll be using 3. So if you apply 3 in here, then you will get the mango, right? Um, no, out of range. It should be 2
Same thing.
always.
It's 2.
Yeah. So again, this is the definition of a variable in Python. What I did here was I just assigned a name to this. Now, I want you to think, if Jeff did not assign a name to it, what would it look like if we apply the thing here? So it's just similar to what? Adding that thing here. Do you see it? Okay, again, let me repeat that. Maybe it's not really obvious. I just created, guys, a variable, which is just a name for it. Assign it my list 4, which is the list of fruits that we have.
I think where I get lost is like
Mhm.
is my list contains 5 different elements, but the fifth one was a list called my fruits. So why would you need to rename it as my list 2 when it was already called my fruits, you know? So I
Exactly.
think mentally I'm like a little bit stuck there.
Okay. In
It's
fact,
like my
you're
fruits and my
correct.
list 2 is the same thing.
It's
So
the same thing. Yes, that's exactly right. And in fact, what I did with the my list 2 right here, or the my list with the my list 2 right here at the bottom, is just the same thing. I just assigned the name. That's it, Grace, in the group. I can actually do it with my list, even without creating my list 2. You are on point. So let me show it to you. So if this is my list, what is the position of the nested list? We know that it is 4. So that would be my list 4. This would allow us to slice this part. Now, this thing is a list. Even without assigning a name to it, we can further slice it. It's still subscriptable, right? I can apply another slice in it, and mango has an index value of 2. Presto, we get the mango. So I just added that process or step of adding those variable names so that you can see how we transition. Okay, Jeff, it's another list. And Grace was able to pinpoint it's just the same thing. You're just adding a name to them, right? This my list 2 and my list um, my at the top. They're just the same things. They're are just spliced, right? And just like that, it doesn't run. Okay. With all of those narration, um, my collab failed me. Still running. Oh, I think I'm. Can you still hear me? I think I lost. Oh, there we go. There we go. So, was it clear, guys, how I was able to access the nested list and the items or elements inside it? Perfect. Perfect. How about the others? Jeff, Hasiba, was it clear? Please let me know, guys. Okay. So again, let me go through it again. So this my list is a list that contains different elements of different types and even another list inside it. Now we know that that list is an element, so it should contain an index label, and the index label of that is 4. So if we apply the slicing operator to that, we would be able to access this my fruits list. And then using the same idea, okay, so this thing is a list now, right? We just need to repeat the process. So knowing that this is a list, what is the index label of the element that you want to extract? The answer is 2. Why? Apple has 0, banana has 1, and mango has 2. So if we need mango, then let's just do. Jeff, can you create a list again? Yes, like if we want to have banana and mangoes there, then we can do that. Should be 1 to 3, right? Banana and mango. Can I get a thumbs up, guys? If this was actually clear, thumbs up before I proceed to the next topic.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to understand the 1:3 because it start at
Uh,
1 and stop at 3.
this is just the start and stop. So we started with banana and then we stopped with 3, but 3 is not included, right? So mango is 2. So we just apply the start stop idea here.
Up at 1, not 0, and at 3, there's no 3. Okay, okay.
Yeah, if I put 0 here, then we're basically saying that include apple. If we add 2 in here, then it would just be until banana because banana has index value of 1, right? Good?
Yes.
Okay. Cheers. Cheers. Okay. Now, we can apply different methods, different functions that we know. Like, how do we know? Like, the number of elements of a list. So, say my fruits, right? How do we know the length? When we apply the length function, simple as that. So when we apply it, it would tell us, okay, this is the number of characters of not characters, but the number of elements of your list. So this is exactly what this part is telling us. Okay, to count the number of elements inside it, then just apply the length function. So now instead of counting the number of characters of your string, it counts the number of elements of your list. Okay, that's straightforward. This is a simple function, but a very useful one. Because most of the time, if you want to compare two lists, the first thing to ask is how many elements do this list have, and you can apply the length function to it. Okay, so let's have a practice, and let's see. Yeah, maybe it's time for a quick break. Um, right? Maybe 5 minute break. Is 5 minute
Yeah,
breaks?
that's good.
Yep, yep. So let's be back after 5 minutes. Okay. So I hope that you were able to use that 5 minutes efficiently. Are you back, guys? Can we um, proceed? Okay, thank you very much, Hasiba. How about the others? Okay, awesome. Okay, Jeff says I'm here. Okay, cool. We can proceed now. John, please guide Anissa on Monday, particularly about this lecture. Okay. Yep. Let's help each other. The others, we can also help her with things. Yeah. So let's do this practice. To create a list called topics, store the following values in the list. We have Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Python, and print topics. This is very easy, right? This is a no-brainer, very easy. So let me show you the solution for this. So the topics is just a name that we associate in this list that can be, well, it can stand alone, right? Even you don't put any name or any variable to it, any variable name, or in this case specifically a list name. And then you just use the print function, right? And there we go. You have this list. Now, if you want to display the length of the topics, then, well, it's just answering how many elements are there, right? And use indexing to print the topic we are currently covering in the IDA class. So how do we do that? How do we print Python? Anyone? So if you want to print Python, we just need to identify its index label. So we start with Excel, which has a 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So we just use the square bracket together with the 3 on topics, and it would allow us to extract that, right? So that is how you extract Python. Are we good with it, guys? Well, this is easy. We have done this. We have done this. So, um, yeah. So changing elements in the list. We say that a data structure or something, not only a data structure, it can be applied to other objects as well. We can say that if an object can be changed, it is called mutable. Okay. So lists are mutable because we can make changes to their elements, unlike strings, right? So we still utilize the idea of indexing in order to change the value. Like in this, originally we have this list 2468, and what we're saying on the second line is on index labeled 0, which is referring to number 2, change it to 100. And on the last line, print my numbers. As you can see, instead of 2, we now have 100. You can only do this in list because it is mutable. Okay, there are data structures that are immutable. That is, you cannot change its content the similar way we changed the elements of this list. Do you follow? And Colab would actually tell you if For example, you try to change or mutate, as they call it, an element of an immutable collection. They would say that, okay, this data structure is immutable, something like that. So you will get an idea on what's the problem. Jeff, is it possible to switch from one data structure to the other, similar to how we change data types? The answer is yes. So, for example, you are working with a dictionary and you are not comfortable with it. You are more familiar with the list methods. You can change the dictionary to a list, and it's very easy. I mean, if we use the str, the float, and the int functions to change the data types, guess what? If you want to change a data structure to another, then you just need to specify if it's a list, you will use the list function. If it's a dictionary, you will use the dict function. So very easy. That's one reason why Python um, compared to other programming languages, um, the learning curve is really uh, shorter. You can easily learn it. Okay, now let's talk about merging list, right? Combining two lists together. So we can combine or merge lists together. There are two ways to do this. One is through the plus operator. So you have here the first list that contains 1, 2, 3, and then another list called 4, 5, 6. And then if you apply this plus operator in here, even without this part, you will be able to combine them together. So it's similar to concatenating the strings, right? So so the system would automatically know that you're working with lists, then they would be um, merged together. The other way to do this is use the extend function. The extend is a method of a list. So you have the first list, apply the dot extend to it. So the dot is a requirement. So you would see this most of the time when you use a function. Is there a difference between the two? The answer is none. They're just the same. One is using a function, the other one is using an operator, but they would be arriving on the same things or the same thing, or the same results. Okay, so for me, um, in terms of typing time, I think I'm more comfortable with number one. I tend to forget things like even this mislay dot extend. I'm really forgetful. I'm not sure why. Um, Even this dot extend, I typically forget that. I know the idea from my mind. I just forget the terms. Maybe because of the volume of work that I do. Um, that's maybe one of the reason why I easily forget things. That's why I'm more into understanding because of that problem. So anyway, again, it depends on your preference. So this would be more practice on list that I would uh, want John to um, do it together with you. So this would require you to apply this idea here. Just a simple one. You have this following years, 2014, 2015, and 2016, and you just have to extend it or merge it together with another list that contains 27 and 2018. Okay, not really complicated. So let me skip the solution. And we have now a new method, a new function that we can use together with list. So this is called the append. And guess what? It appends elements. Okay. So okay. We use the append to add a new element to end of a list. So again, observe the structure. Okay. So this means that this method or a function, okay, method function, they're just the same. Method is like specific to an object, in this case, specific to a list. That's why I call it a method of a list, but it's still a function, right? So this dot append is being applied to this original list, okay? And what would be appended would be this new element, okay? The argument that you have inside, or the parameter that you have inside the parentheses, would be the one to be appended to this original list. So apologies for that. So suppose that you have the sports, which is a list that contains soccer, tennis, football. By the way, what's the difference between soccer and football? Yeah, in Europe they call it soccer. In football, I think. How do you call soccer
No,
in
football is American football, and then soccer, like the game you kick with your feet.
yeah,
Right.
Lionel
Which
Messi?
is then that, and soccer is called football the rest of the world.
Oh wait, I got confused. Rugby in the US
No,
refers to
no, rugby is
football.
not a US. Rugby is a British and its colonies sport. It's
Oh,
similar to American football. But
it's
football
just
in
the
the
same
rest of the
thing.
world is what America calls soccer.
Okay. Hmm. Okay.
And then there's cricket and baseball and just kidding.
Yeah, cricket. I'm not. I see that in the news, but I'm clueless about that game. Is it soccer? Okay, okay. Football, English football. Okay. Americans call it soccer. Okay. Or rather football. Hmm. Interesting why we have different names for the same thing, right? Okay. Anyway. Yeah, if you go to England, don't call it soccer. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really well, if I would be going to UK, probably outside the city, so not on. Probably I will not be watching any sports in there if I visit it. Or people will look this. Yeah, for some reason, I don't want to be racist, but I feel that English people are very easy to get annoyed with things. They're very easy to get angry for even simple things. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's just my observation that even with the simplest things, they get easily angry. You mean complaint? Yeah, yeah, a lot. Yeah, a lot. Um, Same thing with basketball. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped watching NBA. When Kobe retired, I stopped watching NBA. So it was a long time ago. I was watching the finals between Spurs and Lakers, Boston and Lakers. Those times, king of complaints. I think Doncic is Slovenia, right? From Slovenia, like eastern part of Europe. Yeah, yeah. The same as with I forget the MVP who's also from Slovenia. But anyway, going back here, just a side discussion. Jokic, yeah, Jokic, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, basically that's what append does. It just adds this element that you have inside the parentheses. Okay. So again, you don't have to memorize these things. There are tons of this, and there are tons of libraries that contain similar things but have different names. So I don't see the point of really memorizing it. The dot insert. So this is also a method of list that you would be utilizing the index. So as compared to the dot append, which puts the element on the end of a list, with the insert, you can actually specify where you want to insert the new element. So here we have a my numbers list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And basically, the format is the index, okay, where you want to put the new element. So the new element comes after the comma. So here we're specifically saying that it should have, it should be on the index value of 2. So that's why you'll find 2.5 on that position. Do you follow? Was it something intuitive? Okay, cheers. And then we have this practice, which is just application of the things, the dot append and dot insert, way of extending the elements of your list, manipulating it in a way. Okay. Now, dot pop is something that I used before to remove element, right? I think you have seen it before. I think it was on the last meeting, if not probably the meeting before the last. So the dot pop removes the last element. Okay, so here, suppose that you have these houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, so on up to Slytherin, and then if you apply the dot pop function, nothing goes inside it, inside the parentheses. It would automatically remove the last element from that list. So as you can see, after the application of the dot pop in this list, you only have 3 elements. So you can apply it all over again until you're left with only like an empty list. Okay, so that's dot pop, and you have dot remove. If you want to remove a specific element of your list, not necessarily the last one, okay, any element that you want to remove, you can use the dot remove function, and what is it uses as an argument or a parameter is the actual element that you want to remove. So, for example, you want to remove Hufflepuff in here. if you apply the dot remove and put it inside the parameter or the argument, then you'll only be left with the other elements: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Okay?
But
So
with
just-
these,
oh, sorry.
um, but with these, it's not you said it's not mutable, right? So you couldn't use the remove function to like take out duplicate F off of Hufflepuff or something. You can only take out index elements, not
Yes.
change the spelling, right?
Yes, exactly. That's a good observation. Yeah. This is a string. This is a list that contains strings. Yeah. Okay. You can only remove those elements, but you cannot change like the spelling if you want to change Hufflepuff to just single F. You cannot do that. There's a way. There's a way, but um, it requires several steps. Well, typically in programming, people find well, they have this workarounds for so many things. Those so-called bypass methods. Um, yeah. So let's proceed. So practice pop versus remove. What is the difference between pop and remove? Simple. Pop removes the last element, whereas remove removes an element of a specified index. Okay. If you would ask me, well, you can do the same thing with remove if you want to you remove the last element, right? You just have to specify that exact element that you have at the last that you want to remove, thereby doing the same thing as what will pop do. Okay, so list slicing. There we go. Now this is pop saves you time if you want to remove. Yes, this you don't need to type the element, especially if the element is uh like it has so many characters that you need to type. And for some reason, the dot remove is easier to remember. If you want to remove, then dot remove. Okay. So the dot pop is something that's not really easy to remember. So yeah. Okay. I see Jeff typing. I feel like a better way would be to dot remove last value. Mm, yeah, it depends on you. I mean, dot remove, dot remove. Yeah, the dot remove. I think it would throw you an error. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it a default? But yeah, it would throw you an error because would it would require to specify an argument. Just saying that it would be more ideal. Yeah, I agree. Dot remove, aside from it's easier to remember. If, for example, this is the last element, then just copy that and paste it inside, which is basically the same thing as what would happen if you apply the dot pop, right? So yeah, it again depends on your preference, but I agree. I agree with what you said, Jeff. So let's move on and discuss list slicing. So just like with strings, we can use slicing to obtain a portion or slice of a list. In fact, we already did this. Okay, we already did this during the earlier portion of the discussion. Um, well, you just need to apply the idea um, that we applied last meeting. But I want you to look at this. What do you think is happening here on this part? Why is it empty? Why is the stop position empty? And what does it mean? Okay, let me give you an example here. What would happen if, let me rerun this thing. If I slice my fruits, sorry, um, this way, what would happen? Anyone? Any ideas? Okay, let me provide you the answer. If you do that, you're basically saying that you start from the very first item up until the last. So not putting anything there, like not putting zero or like the index label of the last number would actually allow you to extract all of the elements. But you can start with a particular element and then scan through all the way to the last. So that's what happened here. Okay. Um, I did not specify a stop because I want to scan all the way through the last element. Okay. And even if I remove this zero and just leave it as blank, it would still do the same thing. Okay. So the zero in there is actually, um, it can be omitted. Okay. So here we are just extracting every other element, starting from the first one up until the last. This is similar to what we did earlier, but of a different form. I think this is the first time that we have seen those this format in which it is completely blank. Okay. Questions? Do you still follow? Okay. Let's proceed to sorting a list. So a list can be sorted using the sort method. Sorting can be done alphabetically and numerically. So it's similar with SQL. The default is ascending, but we can specify if we want to sort it in descending order. The question is how. So if you just use the dot sort this way, okay, suppose that you have this all elements being number, and you apply the dot sort, it would arrange it from the lowest to the highest in ascending order. But if you want it to be the other way around, right, in descending order, you have to put in the argument uh, or as argument reverse equal to true. Okay, that's what you need to do if you want to do it descending. Do you follow? Do you follow, class? Okay, so um, let's apply it here. Let's go back to our very messy collab. Let's apply it to my list. Let's sort it. Okay, what do we have in here? Less than not supported between instances. Oh, my bad. I forgot that my list has should be my fruits. It has this different data types as elements, so it would definitely throw us an error. So apple, banana, and mango now arranged alphabetically. It would, if we apply the reverse equal to true, it would do it the other way around. Mango, banana, apple. Okay, and yep, that's basically the idea. Um, it's a simple function, but it's very useful because oftentimes, um, why did you type my fruits again? Um, yeah. I typed my fruits here so that I can apply the sort function to it. So anything that you run anywhere in this collab notebook would be readily available for you to extract, even though it's on a different cell. Okay. And then I did not use the print function here, Jeff, because um, I used implicit printing. So this is only available with IDEs or integrated development environment for Python. So having a print function here will just give me the same thing. So to save some time, I just omit it because I just want to see the result. It will be the same thing. So why do we have the print function then? Because before there were no IDs. And also there are instances in which you'll be required to print because you are running like a recursive computation or a conditional set of statements that would need you to print so that it would proceed to the next recursion, to the next step. So while, well, in this particular setting, we don't actually need it. Okay, Jeff, was that something clear? Okay, awesome. Okay, sure, sure. You're welcome. Hmm, let me see. So, John, can you do a screenshot of this practice? I think you can easily do this in the lab. Well, the concepts are pretty easy, as you can see. However, it's still important that you practice because um, the more practice you do, the easier it becomes natural, and the easier for you to remember things. So that's why we still do this practices even though the concepts are easy. So okay. Now the nested list, we already know this, right? A list inside the list, and how do we access those elements? We just have to treat that. So we are treating this. Uh, we are treating those sublist as list. So this is a list, right? Taken from the original list so that if it's a list, we can apply another slicing to it. And the result of that is still a list. We can still slice it. So don't be confused, right? If the result is subscriptable or can still be sliced, we can we can still apply this square brackets that we're using. So the last one um, is only a string, right? So the first, it was this big nested list, World Cup winners. And what we have in the first slicing would be 2010 in Spain. That's why you have it in there. So that corresponds to the first slicing, so this one. And then this next one would actually refer to the second element having an index label of 1, right? That is Spain. That's why you have Spain in here. And then the last one, since we can actually apply the same principle, right? That's how we started. We sliced the strings using the indices. We were able to extract the first letter S. Do you follow? Do you follow, guys? So the last element is not the list. It's just a string. Okay. So this is a list, a container that contains different elements of different data types. After that, what's left is only a string, and what's left after that is still a string, but only contains one character. Okay. Questions, 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 guys. You might be thinking, hmm, where can we ever use this in data analytics? Well, being able to access this different elements of your list, like for example, you have a missing input in your list. You want to imputate, you want to assign a value to that missing value. It would allow you to do so using this method, right? Um, with with pre-processing, it requires you to have the knowledge of navigating through different data types. And in technical interviews, these things actually appear. Um, I once encountered this. The technical interview, typically they would be giving you this link to their I don't know how to call that. It's like a platform, and you can do the coding in there, and there would be these questions like um these kinds of things. They would appear like you would be tasked to extract the certain part of a data set, and you need to know how to do this. These are basics, fundamental stuffs. So this we will be building based on this fundamental concepts. We cannot jump immediately to the advanced ones without mastering these things. Okay. So this is another example that I want you to go through in the lab. And don't worry, John is a master of this. He might know other tricks that I don't know. So let's take some time with him later in the lab. Okay, tuples. So I think I've overestimated um the speed that I can finish the discussion. So I think this should be left for Tuesday. Okay. So don't forget that on Monday you'll have another lab, another set of practices, and on Tuesday I'll be having the lecture. So apologies for the change of schedule. I was just notified by the embassy last about 3 days ago that my schedule for appearance would be on Monday, Tuesday my time, Monday your time. So yeah, apologies for that. So with the remaining 7 minutes, I think you can use that as a break before you transition to lab, and then yeah, do this practices. John, can you assign more practices aside from this? We have sufficient time, and yeah, you can gauge if you think that it's already enough. Then yeah, you don't need to consume all of the 4 hours. Let me think. Let me see the other topics aside or after this. I forgot the sequence of topics. Supposedly on Monday after the tuples, we should have, as much as I want to just cover the actual data analysis. Well, it's so wrong to do that without going through this fundamentals. It will just crumble. Like once you encounter like a like an error that you have encountered before, if you don't have the correct foundation, it will just be a disaster. I think the conditional statement would be the most challenging part because this are maths and logic. So people get confused with this and frustrated. Let's see. Yeah, I think for the next week we still have pretty much basic stuffs. Nothing really complex. But the week after the next would be the start of the challenging ones. Yeah. The week after the next would be like for example the loops. I hate loops. I remember my exam during my first masters, and it was really um, my professor then was really hardcore. He made us do the programming with pen and paper, so we cannot do trial and error while writing the codes. Imagine that. So yeah, we'll not do that, of course. This is a boot camp. Um, we're more into really um, understanding and knowing things, how things work. So yep, next week it would still be easy, but after that, then the complexity as well as the practicality of the topics would be there. Okay, so thank you very much, guys. I enjoyed the session. Apologies for my voice. I'm trying to speak slowly because I don't want to lose it again. Because the last time I went 100% and then the meeting after that, I lost my voice, so I don't want to commit that error again. So yeah, I hope I did not bore you with this space. Um, yeah. Again, thank you very much. Bye bye. Enjoy the lab, guys. John,
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
you can show them
Thanks, Jeff.
yeah, Grace, thank you. The educative practices. I think there are tons of that in there.
Well, sir.
Yeah, you can just do recitations. Recitations are nice. I think you should do that. Okay,
Well,
again,
sir.
bye bye. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think before we proceed to the lab session, let's have a 10-minute break, and then we'll proceed to the practices about the list. Are you there, everyone? Hello. Thank you for the Jeff. So, just like what Sir Jeff
I'm here.
told us. Okay, thank you for the days. Just like what Sir Jeff told us, let's have a recitation so that you will be the one who will do the work. But before that, wait, let me share you some. Okay, let's have some additional practices like two or 1 to 2 practices for each of the methods so that we can familiarize its structure. So for this part of our lesson on the list, what I can suggest is for you to be familiar on its structure, not the syntax itself, but the way how should we write this or when can we use it whenever we are doing something. So let's open the column for that. Please prepare your columns as well. Because later on, we will proceed one by one and share your screen. And let us perform some of practices. I prepared here a lot of practices. There are data type conversions, there are lists, and also list methods. And I think this part about the tuples, we can just use it on the session after tuples were discussed to us. But I think the last time we don't have any practices about the data type conversions. Like if you want to convert a string into a numerical value or the other way around. So I prepared here just 15 items and I think this is enough for us to understand how can we convert different data types from one type to another because that same idea can be extended on data structures. Let's say you want to convert a dictionary into a list or a list into a dictionary, a tuple into a dictionary or a set. So we can do that, but before we apply that on the data structures, we can apply. Let's try to see how it is applied on individual data structures. So I will open my Colab and let's try to answer some questions about this. Let's give examples like converting from a numerical value to a string or string to a numerical value. Have here data type conversion. So at the beginning of our lecture, couple of hours ago, there are some, or Sir Jeff told us that we can convert data structures into its different types. Let's say you have a number, my num, which is equal to let's say 20. So when you ask for its type, my num, you can accomplish that using this, right? So you are asking what is the type of my num? What is the type of this? And we know that the answer or the output that it will give us integer because this is an integer. At the beginning, since we are just accessing the cloud computing capacity of Google, at at the beginning of or the first code that you will run, if you can notice it, it takes somehow longer time to initiate compared to the next cells because the first time that you run a code, it connects to the the cloud of the Google, so that we can perform this type of calculations. So here we know that the type of binary is int, but we can convert this using typecasting. That is called typecasting. In SQL, we also call it typecasting. Right? Typecasting. So how can we do that? Suppose you want to convert this mind map into a string. So how can we do that? So let's create another variable, say uh, string num. So any variable name will do, but we are just creating a new variable, which is just the string version of my num. So how we are converting things in Python. So if you want this to be converted into a string, enclose it with this str then parentheses. So let's run this, and as you can see, it ran, meaning there's no problem in our code. And let's try to see what is the data type of the string num. So print type string num. So when I run this, as you can see, it is already a string. So it is the data type conversion is straightforward. If you want to convert something into a string, you can use this str then followed by parentheses. If you want to convert something into an integer, so you can use int. If you want to convert something into a float, you can use float itself. And if you want to convert something into a Boolean, you need to use, I think, bool. But let's take a look at that later if we got this keywords wrong. So first, let us create a number or a variable that can hold a string and a number. So for the sake of this example on the data type conversion, let us name our variables A, B, and C on. So let's say A is equal to John and B is equal to 22. What else? C is equal to 1.2 for 1. Okay. What else? D is equal to 2. So we have here for data structures that we have studied on the previous discussions. Okay, let's try to convert B into converting B into a string. So can someone dictate me or type it in the chat box? How can we convert this into a string and how can we check it? Okay, anyone? I'll give you time to think of the way to convert it and print its type. Later, we will explore some data structures. Okay. String B. If you convert something into float, it would automatically add 0.0. Yes, exactly. String B is equal to str. Okay, let's try that. Yep. Let's rename our string as string strb. So I added another layer or another character here, which is the underscore, because if we will leave a space, okay, so let's say we did this, it will give us an error. Okay, str and then b. Okay, so I will modify this a little bit. Let's say strb, and then let's say we will print its type. Print type of strb. So I just followed your logic on this, and let's see if this will work. So we know that p initially, okay, if we will print its type, print type p, we know initially that the data type of b is integer. But since we used typecasting by the use of str parentheses, we successfully changed its data type into a string. So if you will print that, or if you will write that, if you want to assign 22 into a string as a user, it looks like this. 22 like this. Okay, let me create another number here. Let's say 3, which is equal to this. So this is a string because even if this is a number, it is enclosed into a quotation. Okay, this is a string, but we can convert it into other data types as well. But for now, let's focus on it. So let's try to convert this into a float, just like what um, Jeff is telling us on the chat box. If you convert something into floats, it would it automatically add 0.0? Okay, let's see. Suppose you want to convert something into a float. Let's say B. You want it to be converted into a float. So you can use floats and then B. Okay. You are converting something, whatever the value of B, into a float. And if you will print the type of this converted value, FLTB, it would now be a float. So this is a float now. And if you are interested to see what it looks like, so you can print FLTB. And yep, from 22, it just added 0.0. Okay, in Python. Is that clear? Asiba and Grace? Also, Jeff? This is something that it does it round up and round down. Okay, let's try to do it for the case of letter C. Oops. I think there is a way to specify how many are the decimals that you want to see at the result. But let's see. Suppose you want to convert it into an integer. So let's try to see first its data type. First, it is a float. Okay, let's try to convert it into an integer. Int c is equal to int c. So you are converting c into an integer and you are assigning it into a variable of this thing. Now, let's print the type of this variable. So it is now int. And if you are interested on what it looks like, and see. Oops, I got this wrong. Okay, so it is rounded down, but let's try to make the digits 5 and above. It still rounds down. Okay, but I think there is a way to round this in round this upward, round up this value, but there is an additional syntax. Okay, let's try to search it. I forgot how to do it. Round up floats in Python. How can we do it? How to round up Python? Use maths. To round up using built-in. Okay, let's try that. It's round like this. Hmm. So there is, if you want this to be rounded, okay, I will make this first. um, Okay. So the thing that you would see is the way this thing is being rounded. If you want this, basically this rounded version is as is an integer because it is already a whole number. So if you specifically want it to be rounded up or down, instead of directly converting it into an integer, you can use the round instead. Okay. Somehow
Can you,
mathematically,
if you wanted to, make a float an integer of 1.5 to be represented as 1, can you put round down?
round down. Wait, try to search it. I think it automatically notices that 5 and above will round it up. Built-in function round function in Python. I think that thing that you are pertaining to is the blur function. Blur function Python in Python. Like even if the value is 1.7, since it doesn't reach 2, it will be rounded off to the 1. What about if you just
What
want
is
to
it?
round up
Floor function. Okay, makes sense.
blur function? 1.2, round up no matter what the decimal is. I think almost the same case for what Chris is asking. Floor function, but ceiling function, fill function, Python. And, and for this type of questions, I think we need inbuilt math function, fill, and right. Let's try to access that. But my guess is it needs a library specifically for mathematics. Let's create F and G. F is equal to 1.2 and G is equal to 1.8. If we use round, it's round. Okay, let's use ints first. If we use ints for F, and if we will use prints for G, what it gives us is floor function. So if your goal is to just round it down, like even if the value is 1.8 or 1.99, since this value did not reach 2, it will be rounded down to 1. So if that is your goal, you can directly use the ints. But if you want it to be specifically rounded up, let's say you want it to be, or the rules here is just just like how we round off things. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, round down, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is round up. So let's try to round off F and G, and let's see what would be the result. Round G. So 1.2 was rounded down to 1. 1.8 was rounded up to 2. But what if, like the question of Jeff, 1.2, you want this to be rounded up to, since it exceeded 1, let's try to apply the seal function. If this would allow us, if this is a built-in function in Python, here is not defined. CEIN. Let's ask what is the library for function in Python. But that's it. Import. We need to import something. Okay, let's try the hypothesis of Jeff. CEIN. CEIN. Or capital C. I think for this case, we need to use import. Import. Import math. And then let's try to apply seal function now. Seal for F. Or this is wrong. Math that CEIN. Okay. So this is a library for mathematical computation. Specifically, it is for that function. For us to access the ceiling function and the floor function. CEIN. Let's try to do the capital. Okay, this should be written in all of them are lowercase. CEIN. But there are functions in which you need some uppercasing, just like the data frame. But I think this part is at this point it is somehow premature to dive into this. But we reach our goal. Like if you want to convert something into an integer in a specific manner, like you want it to be rounded up or rounded down, so you can use different ways. If you want it to be rounded down, all of it, you can use the ints. Or another way, since you are using math, you can use the floor function. How can we do the, okay, floor, literally floor. But at this point, this kind of syntax, it might bombard you with a lot of confusion. So let's stick first on the data conversion. This part, it will make sense once we reach the data frames. Because in that, we will use a library. So going back to the data type conversions, if you are converting a float, okay, this is something that you need to take note. If you are converting floats directly into an integer, no matter what the decimal is, it will be rounded down. Okay? Round down, no matter what its decimal. That would be the case for converting a floats into an integer. I will remove this for today just to be organized. Okay, what else? This 8, letter E. Let's try to, D first. Let's try to convert, let's try if this can be converted into a number and a string. So D is equal to true. And let's try to convert it into a string. Oops. strd is equal to strd. Let's see if this is allowed. And let's print strd. It says true. Literally, this Boolean value is now converted into a string. And if you want to confirm that, you can apply the type. Okay. Oh, this one is a bool. But okay. I used D instead of str. I am calling the wrong object. Okay, this is a string. Let's try to convert it into a number. Let's say integer and is equal to int of D. And let's print that int. Int D. And maybe it's type as well so that we can see the results in one run. So true was converted into an integer and we renamed it as int d. Now we printed int d and its result is 1. It's because on Python 1 is equal to 2, 0 is equal to false. Okay, is that clear? Let us create another here which is false. False. And let's try to convert what letter is that h into oops, into an integer. So that is h. H is false. Remember that. I set it to be false. So now we are converting h into an integer. We are assigning it to this name. Now we are printing that variable as well as its type. So let's see the results. Now it is 0. But still the class is integer. Maybe you are wondering, can we convert this into a float? Let's try. So 0.0. The only difference is it gave us a decimal. Okay. What else? Let's try this E. Since this is a string, this is a string, but even if this is a string, even if that is a string, we can see that this is a number, but only enclosed with quotations, right? So let's try to convert E into a number. Let's say ints or E and oops, and floats E. Let's just try to convert this into a number. And let's see if this is allowed to convert a string into a number or numerical value. Print, let's say int e, and then it's type. I am somehow modifying the codes. Okay, let's try to explain this one by one. So let's focus on E only. So on this line number 4, I am converting the E into an integer. Okay, and I am assigning it to this name, int E. I am just assigning this name just to be consistent, but On the variables, you can choose any name that you want. So I created another conversion of this E, but this time into uploads, and I called it FLTE. Now I want to print these things. On line number 7, what are the things that I want to see? The converted version of this, right? This, and the type of this. So I am printing multiple values using a single print function. And I think based on the practice that we have, you are somehow familiar to the syntax. And as you can see, this part is for this. And it says that int e is 8 and its class or type is integer. On line number 8, the float version of that is 8.0, while the type of that is float. So this is a string. Okay, this is a string to numerical values, numeric type, string to numeric type. But what do you think will happen if we apply that in separately? Any guess? What do
It
you
would
think
just
will
give you
happen?
error message, right?
Yes, exactly, exactly. Because it says that invalid literal for int with base 10. So what does it mean? So this is somehow mathematical approach of explaining the value, but to put it simply, John is impossible to be read as a number. Unlike this 8, even if that is a string, just remove the quotation and it will be a number, which is 8. For the case of John, of this string, even if you remove the quotation, still it is not a number. That's why it gives us it gives us an error. So if you are dealing with tables and you do this type of conversion, like you accidentally converted a string into a numerical value or numerical data type, there is a possibility that you will lose your data. Okay, I experienced it once, wherein I in our
Hey, John.
exam. Yes, yes,
Jeff has a
please.
question in the chat about a spelling out of numbers. Does it recognize it if it's
Um,
TEN
no,
or no?
the same case, the same case. Let's
Okay.
let's try to apply it. Then because it recognizes the individual characters of our string. So Python doesn't know how to read this thing. It doesn't know how to read. It recognizes the individual characters when it reads our code from left to right. So what is the thing that I am discussing a while ago? Okay. So you should be wary of this phenomenon wherein sometimes you are trying to convert strings into numerical values. When are the times that intuitively you can do that? Let's say on your data, you have this data about your, let's say, respondents, and they have this data about their biological sex, male and female. And typically in analysis, what is happening in that column? In analysis, data analysis here. even in statistical analysis. For this data to be read by the software, let's say the SPSS, if you are familiar on that, male is encoded as 1, female as 2. Or sometimes male is 0, female is 1, depending on how you will define it. So let's say you do this. There is a note that you will say 1 is a 1 in. You have another, let's say, another notes, another notebook, let's say you will just note that 1 is for male, 2 is for female. So 1 and 2 are the things that you will input on the software. So since I am just a beginner during that time, I think that was 2 years ago, I directly converted M into 1 and female into 2. And what happened is I lost my data. All of it are gone. NaN, wait, is it NaN or Na? Or just simply missing value like this on SPSS? I can't remember, but on this tree, these three are the only options. When I directly converted N into 1 and F into 2. And the problem is that is an exam. So I lost my data, and since this conversion is just an initial step for the analysis, all of the things that are connected to this, I did not answer it. So that's the danger of somehow it is avoidable, especially in Python, because it will give you an error. It will not allow you to proceed to what you are planning. Unlike on other softwares, that it will proceed, it will force it to be converted. And that forceful way of converting is called coercion. Coercion. Let me check it. Coercion. Coercion meaning, so in English it is process of persuading someone forcefully, but in programming, in programming, coercion is implicit conversion of values from one data type to another, such as strings to numbers. You are forcefully converting letters into strings, even if that is not allowed. So there are softwares that allows you to do that. However, you are it will give you missing data, NaN. So NaN meaning not a number, literally not a number. This is not available. This is missing. But all of them just gives you the same idea that we don't know what these things are. So what else? I think we have covered pretty much everything on the data type conversion. So I think we can practice that data type conversion. And okay, let's have a recitation. I will assign the first three. Let's have a recitation. Three for each of you. Three for each of you. Who wants to go first? And you can share your screen or such. And you can take over. Let me screenshot this and set it on the chat box.
Thank you. Oh, you said Canvas, not Discord?
On the on this chat box. Wonder if it recognizes, like setting up your environment. I'm not sure what part of this did you said this, Jeff. I missed it since I'm sharing on another screen. Let me also show share the file itself on the Discord so that you can take a look on this. Discord. Okay, I will give you a couple of minutes to take a look on those questions, and whoever wants to go first, you can take over the screen. Typecasting is something that straightforward. Like if you want it to be converted in numbers, decide if you want it to be converted into an integer or a float. And the way we convert it is by using the keywords str, float, bool, or int. Also the float. The name of the file. Also, I'm planning to no, I'm not planning. I already assigned it. I gave you an activity. You can see it on the canvas. We can try answering it after the practices on the data type conversion. I think Trace missed the announcement that I gave. So
Yeah, sorry, you said you
okay.
had just assigned it, and then I meant
Yes.
to close the picture, and I closed the chat. The whole
Okay,
thing.
so I think after we practice this activity, we can try to answer this lab 16, not lab 16, lab 3 for Python. That is about the list methods. But I suggest before we proceed on answering the list methods, let us have some more practices about the list methods in based on the things that I prepared. Because these parts, let, let me share my screen before while you are trying to answer those. On the file that I shared on the Discord, the first part is about the data type conversion practices. 15 questions. Um, and I think all of the possible ways to convert something into another data type is covered here. We also have the lists. First part is about the lists and nested lists. How can we create them? What are the structure? And some of the methods for this. I also included some of the methods here, 20 methods for the list. Lists have a lot of methods, and it's important if we can familiarize what are the methods that we need to use, because those methods can be applied on the loops after the dictionaries. Okay, so who wants to go first? Okay, we can take over the screen, Hasiba. Yes, I can see it now. Wait, let me check the questions assigned for you. Number one, assign the integer 1, 2, 3 to the variable num and convert it into a string. Num is 1, 2, 3, and you are converting it into a string, num string. Now you printed the type, the string 1, 2, 3, and its class is string. Okay. This number one is correct. Directly, directly converting the integer into a string. That's the number two. Assign 4, 5, 6 to variable num string and convert it to an integer. Okay, so this is exactly correct. Num is equal to 4, 5, 6, but the nature of that is this is a string. Okay, on cell number 8, line number 1, since it has quotations. And you are basically converting it into an integer, assigning it. Okay, finish that first, Hasiba, and then I'll explain something about number 8. Or cell number 8, line number. Okay, so my suggestion is, okay, on that second line, you give it another variable name. Like you use the num on the line 1. You use num on line 1. And then on the line number 2, you are using again the same variable name. At this point, it is easy to see that num, which is equal to 456, is overwritten by the integer version of the original num. But when we go to the data frames or on the much more difficult parts of our discussions, I suggest that you give it another name. The second line, the number 8, cell number 8, second, that number, give it another name instead of num again. Yep, that variable name. Fine. And on your third line, since you changed the naming, you need to change the naming for that as well. As well as the first part, the first num. We have the prints and then num. So you are printing the first line instead of the second line. Okay, so that's it. Do the same thing for number 3, but your number 3 is correct. The only thing that um I and then on the third line, okay, and that is correct. So basically, you perform the conversion perfectly. You perform the conversion perfectly. The suggestion that I can only give is, okay, the only thing that I can suggest is the changes on the variable names whenever you are assigning it to another variable. Thank you for that, Silva. Okay, how about the numbers for 5 and 6? Jeff and Luis who wants to. Okay, sure.
I can.
Um,
Oh.
okay, okay.
Okay,
Grace. Okay, who wants to be the Second presenter. Jeff
I
or
can
Grace?
go if Grace can go.
Okay, I can go, but I
Okay.
have to be like I need
Okay,
some help.
Grace. Okay, Grace. You can take over the screen.
You see how enthusiastic we are? Oh my god.
So I think I need a third one based on what Hasiba was doing, but oh, I need to share. Okay, so for number 4, assign the string to a variable num string. Variable
Wait,
num
wait,
string
wait.
is a name.
Wait. Um, can do the others see the screen of Grace? All I can see is block. Like this. F. So I don't
I
see
can see it. I
any.
can see it.
Maybe it's on my internet. It's because of my internet connection. Let me join the other device that I have. Yeah, okay, I can see it on the other device.
Okay, so assign the string 3456 to a variable num string. So is it saying num string should be my variable name?
Yes, variable name is the num string and the value is 34.56, but 34.56 should be a string. Okay, just like that.
Okay. And then num
And
string is equal to, what do I convert it to? Convert it to a float. So then like this.
yes, and then num string. Okay, on that second line, I suggest you give it another name, another variable name instead of using num string again, so that you can still use the old version. Maybe I need to explain it's the reason behind it.
Right here in the beginning, give it a different
Yes,
name.
give it a different variable name instead of using again the num string.
So like num string 2.
Okay, that's fine. As long as it will make the variable
Oh,
name
okay.
distinct
Okay, I see.
for the
So
first
we're
one.
defining it in the first line, but then the second line is to rename it, but it
Yes.
is still float num string. Okay, so I'm gonna call this string 2 float. Okay, like that. So it's like that, and then it'll be
Yes.
print num string with
2FL.
type. Oh yeah, my second one. Right? And then type. I want to include the type of that one. Okay. Oh no.
On your
No.
second line, you missed
Oh.
your R.
Oh.
And that should work. Oops.
Nope.
Print is not different. What is it? Where is it?
Num string. Num string
Oh,
2.
you type your print all in uppercase.
Oh, I can't do that?
Yes, it is case sensitive. Python is case sensitive, so any changes on the casing of the methods or the functions,
What happened?
you deleted the first part of your code. Okay, so on SQL, it's on if you are using the built-in clauses like the select, the from, any casing will do, right? SQL is strict when you are
Oh,
asking
Python is strict.
or yes. So on SQL, the casing doesn't matter if you are using the clauses and some of the aggregations. That's why you can type the select clause in lowercase or uppercase. It will still run. But in the case of Python, it is case sensitive, strictly case sensitive. On SQL, it is case sensitive, but only for the name of the columns. Like if you have a column that is written as, let's say, grades, and you are asking for the column grades, but written in uppercase letter, it will give you an error. But in the case of Python, it is strictly much stricter compared to the SQL that even the built-in functions are required to be typed in the way that it should be.
Okay, gotcha. Convert it to an integer. So I'm gonna call this bool to int is equal to make this an integer. We'll make what? Bool bar. So print integer print bool to int and the type of bool to int. So it's like that.
Yes, exactly.
How do I get all these? How do I turn off these suggestions?
I'm not yet exploring it, but maybe there is an option on the settings. But that part, that suggestion is uh, helpful if you are using advanced stuff on the Python. So it somehow shows what are the parameters that are needed inside the functions that you call them, such as print, type, and if you have user built functions, we will discuss that wherein we will be the one who will create our own function. Let's say you have a function that if you call it, it will just give it two numbers, let's say two random numbers, and it will compute for the sum or the difference or its division or some quotient product. So we can do that. 0 and it is empty. Yes, this one is correct. And
Well, I was just testing what number. Well, the
Mm.
prompt says to use true. So I was testing what number it chooses for false, which is 0.
mm, this is for 0 and 1 is for the
Okay,
last
number
one.
6, integer to float. Assign the integer to a variable noun. What?
Times
100.
100.
And convert it to a float. What? To a float.
Floats.
Print the results and its type.
Something like that. And this is it. 100.0 and then it's clock.
Integer to float. Okay.
So
Okay.
on SQL, even if the class is float, we cannot see its decimal. Right? If you can still remember that if the decimal of the number is 0, even if that is converted into a float and recognized as a float, you cannot see the 0. On a SQL, just a side note. Okay, so that's it. Thanks. That's it for numbers 4, 5, and 6. Thank you. Okay, so is everything clear up to this point? I think everything
Yeah.
is clear because this one is straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff, you can
Yeah.
you can proceed on the next items.
Jeff, are you talking? Because you're muted. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, sorry. So the first one is converting the float of 12.34 into a string and then print the value and its type. So this is how I did it. The number, so I set the variable to 12.34 and then use the str to convert into string and then print it and then its type. And the second one is assign the value true to the Boolean string, which is actually a string, and then converting to a Boolean value, which I did by assigning a new variable called var and then did a function of that string and prints the value as the line's type. The last part is set up a Boolean variable of var and false. Convert that into a string, which I did using the str function. And then you get str bool and then print the value of its type.
John, you're muted, John.
Okay. Sorry for that. So thank you for that, Jeff. That's straightforward coding. And yep, I think you get the point of the data type conversions. You can use 4 different ways or 4 different functions to convert those things. If you want to convert something into a string, use the str. If you want to convert something into an integer, use int, int. For the floats and the bool, you need to type the words, but it depends on the context. Like you, what are the data types that you need for your analysis? But that simple codes that we are using, we are practicing. These simple codes, at this point, it is not that useful for the actual data analysis. But just like what we have talked about in the Python, these ideas on the granular level and at this level can be extended to be applied on the level of the tables. At this point, we are just literally converting one information from one data type to another. So maybe there might be an instance that there is a column that we need it to be converted in a particular data type. Like, for example, there is a column that contains true or false. But since in, in analyzing data, there are some softwares that are sensitive, they cannot read strings. So you can use that method to convert those values, those strings, or those booleans into a 1 and zeros. Okay, so let's proceed to this assignment. This is a graded assignment, and you need to submit it on the Canvas. And the drill is the same. You need to submit it in a PDF version. And I suggest these things, copy and paste it on the column so that
Hey,
we can
John,
directly see.
was this already due? I mean, I didn't actually had a chance to actually finish that yet. So I don't know if you already.
I just posted it a while ago.
Okay, what about
after-
the last two labs?
The last two, 21 and 22. These two
Yeah.
print. Oh wait, have you
Okay, so
already
do I
submitted
still
this?
get? No, I have not actually had a chance to get here. I was gonna do
Oh,
that
okay.
after the class today.
I will adjust it. Okay. I did not put a deadline for this, or
Okay,
I
cool.
put a
So,
deadline,
yeah.
but you can still access it
Okay, cool. Thank you.
for the lab 21 and 22. Lab 21 only 7 items, I think. 22, 10 items. This
Yeah, 21
23
and 22 are quick. We're able to complete them
Yes.
within lab. So
is
if you can get today's session,
Okay,
you'll
cool,
finish
cool.
those two real quick.
Yeah, I'll probably get that done right after the class.
Okay, so let's try to answer this and wait. Exercises on these methods. So let's try to answer number 1. Or what if what are the things that or I will leave this to you. So you will be the one who will do this thing. Instead of doing this, instead of me showing how to perform all of this, I will leave that part to you. But for me to discuss or for me to have a demonstration of how can we perform this type of questions, let's consider answering this first. And then that activity, I will leave it to you. But we don't need to finish all of this. We just need to see its syntax on, let's say, 1 to 2 items on that particular question. And then I think you're good to go to answer these questions. Okay, so let's try to answer number 1. Create a list of fruits containing apple, banana, and cherry, and then print the list. So, as you can remember, number 1, if you can still remember what is the container or what is the grouping operator that we are using whenever we are creating a list.
Is the bracket
Brackets.
or
By fruits, let's say. By fruits or fruits list. Fruits list is equal to systems. Apple, banana, cherry, and this. And it says that let's run it. So it says that it was checked and we do not see anything on the console, but it just means that this fruit list Python saved it in its memory that when we say fruit lists, it is equal to this thing. It says that print it since this is the only thing that will happen. Right.
John, I have a quick question. When you know how like okay, you're running through these lines 1 through 5. When you do Control MB, it opens up like a new box. So when you open that up, does it recognize fruitless or you have to run it again?
Okay. You need to run this first before you call it on another
It
cell.
will recognize it if it's been run.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But if you did not run it, it will throw you an error. Let's say this one, let's modify this. Oh, wait. Let's replace its name by my fruits. And I will call that name on another cell. My fruits. And it will give you an error that my fruits it's not defined. Because at the memory of Python,
It was called fruitless.
Python doesn't
Okay.
know that this is my fruits. It knows that it is fruits list, but it doesn't know that this is the thing that is my
oh
fruit.
because
That's
you
why,
because you didn't run that. You got if you just
Yes.
click run on that one first, then it would know, right?
yes, exactly.
Mm.
That's why
So if
you
you
need
run
to
it,
save
if
it
you
first.
run it here, then run it and then you run
Oh.
it here. That's good. What?
I did not change a single thing on this, but a single run on this, it fixed the error. And I forgot something a while ago. The reason why I am advising to change the naming for the next line is because it's the reason behind it is so that you can still call the old version. Like let's say name 1 is equal to wait, let me think of let me think of simple example.
You know, it makes
One.
sense. You want to keep the original name as one thing, and then the transformed name will have its separate name.
Yes. So let's say this should be int, and then by num1. So when Python reads your code, it will see that you want num1 to be equal to this, right? So at its memory, it will be recorded that num1 is equal to the string 100. Now you are calling again num1, but somehow you are overwriting it, whatever the value of that, to be like this. Or maybe if let's see the code. And if you will call num1, the thing that will be returned to you is the float version, not this. But what if you want the old version? But since you assign it into another name, it is it is impossible to retrieve that. And that is the same as for the tables. So here, if you want num1, you can still access the old version and the new version using the different name. Okay, so I think that is clear for now. And maybe I will just use this. Going back to this list, we have a simple list. What if we want to add another, or let's say I have fruits, my fruits 2, which is equal to, give me some names. Okay, watermelon, pineapple. Watermelon, pineapple. Pineapple. How can we join them into a single list? Do you still remember the syntax?
Plus.
Okay, that is one way to do that. Method 1, to combine two lists, is to use plus, like this. Let's say I will call this new list, and new list is just a combination of my fruits and my fruits 2. And let's say this, I will replace this all fruits. Okay, so when I called all fruits rather. Oops, what happened? All fruits. That's the reason I didn't run this. This should be fine. Okay. So my fruits is this. My fruits 2 is this. Both of them are lists. Okay, both of them are lists. So method 1 of combining these two lists is by using the plus operator. Okay. And you can assign it to a new variable name. Okay. You can, this is the catch. If you use plus, you can assign it into a new variable, which is all fruits. So can you still remember what's the syntax for the other version? For the it is another do.
Yeah, it's the my fruits dot extend my fruits.
Okay. Method 2 is to use that extend. That extend is a method in a list. This is a method in a list, meaning it is only applicable for lists. Plus, the plus, it can also be applied for 2 points. That extend is exclusive for the lists. Okay, let's try to
I'm sorry,
do
could
it.
you say that one more time? The sound was
Okay.
cutting off.
That extend
The plus
is
is
the plus can also be applied for the 2 points. Don't worry, we will see it on the next discussion. But if we still have energy left after,
Tuples, you're saying. Okay, sorry.
yes, for the tuples, if we still have energy left after we perform these practices, we can try to have an overview of that so that you can still you have the idea before the next discussion. But to that extent, it is exclusive only for the lists. Right? So the syntax goes like this. If I can still remember it, my fruits goes first. Okay, your first list, and then after that, that extend, that extend my fruits two. Okay, so let's try to run this, and it says that it is fine. Okay, let's try to call my fruits. Oops, it somehow affected. Banana, apple, butterfly. Why this?
Is it because you already wait? Hold on. Wait, why is it double?
Why? Wait, I am also confused why it is double. This one also is double. But now it's triple. Wait,
It's triple now. It's triple.
there's something that is wrong on.
Oh, I think is it possible because
Wait.
you every time
Okay,
maybe you press because you press the extend a couple times, so maybe that like every time you press it, it adds to it.
that might be a possibility. Okay,
So using the extend, you just every time you extend it, you maybe you need to find a way to clear it or something.
okay. I get it now. Okay, originally this is our list. My fruits is equal to apple, banana, cherry. The second list is watermelon and pineapple. Using the first method, we just added it. And all fruits, we know that it is equal to combination of fruits and the fruits too. So that is something that is clear for us. All fruits is this. So your intuition, Jeff, is correct. That every time you run it, the process repeats. Okay. Using this,
Yeah, and so you have to go back to that first that
yes,
top. If you want to clear, you have to go back to that top and rerun that.
yes,
Right?
yes. So my fruits was extended by my fruits too. And the thing that you need to be familiar by using the dot extend is it modifies the my fruits itself. That's why when I printed, where is that? When I printed my fruits here, this is, oops, let me take a note of this. Implicit printing. This is implicit printing because even if the reason why we call this implicit printing is we did not use print function, but it gives us the result. And the reason is that is the last thing that occurred on this line, on this cell rather. So that is called implicit printing. For the dot extend, it modifies our original lists. Originally, my fruits have this value: apple, banana, and cherry. But upon using the dot extend, and we extended it by my fruits too. As you can see, when we called my fruits, it is now apple, banana, cherry, and we can also see the contents of my fruits. Is that clear? That that extend modifies this your first list. Does that make sense? Is that clear? Grace, Jeff, and Asiba. When we use the dot extend, my fruits, let me copy and paste this. Where is that? Originally, the contents of my fruits is only this three. But on this fifth line, we extended it using the elements of my fruits. Okay, so that is something that I assume is clear in this point. But the thing is, the dot extend modifies our original list. My fruits, which is originally this, was extended, and now whenever we are calling my fruits, instead of giving us this, okay, instead of giving us this, the one that is being returned to us is the extended version. And my fruits is the only thing that I call. Okay. So I hope that that emphasizes the difference between the use of the plus and the dot extend. The plus doesn't modify the original data. That's why if you call my fruits and my fruits 2, it will give you this, the old versions. Whereas if you use the dot extend, it will modify your original data. That whenever you call my fruits, it is equal to this. So that's why if you want to just see the old version, you need to scroll up to the beginning just to see that. Right? Questions? So let's have a note here. That extend modifies the lists that is in the front. Okay? I'm sorry. Okay, so let's proceed. Let's use the my all fruits. Let's use the all fruits. Let us call it in another all fruits. We know that all fruits is this. Okay, all fruits is this. What if I want to insert another fruit between banana and cherry? Do you still remember the code?
Yeah, insert
Okay,
banana,
insert
comma,
using
whatever
the
you
insert.
think. Insert and banana, then whatever, a comma, then whatever you want.
Okay, so for the dot insert, the structure looks like this: index and then comma value. Is this right?
Yep.
Let's
So
okay.
it's whatever list insert and the index and essentially it's gonna add after the index.
Yes. So okay, let us think. Let's say grapes. Grapes between let's say cherry and watermelon. Watermelon. If that is on that part, watermelon. If grapes is between this, so you can see it here. What is its index? What should be the index of grapes? It should be
3?
3. Yes, exactly. It should be 3. So if you want that to be on that position, it should be the index that you will type here should be 3. Okay, let's take a look on the result.
Wait, I thought you could just type in the value, like of that where that is earlier. It's basically you can just type in banana, and then type in grapes after.
Okay, that's it. That is for the append. Let's take a look also that on that after
Wait.
the that extent. That insert. Inserts. So let's say we want on the index 3, I want cherry. So it check. Let's run the all fruits. All fruits. And oops. Wait.
No.
Oh, okay.
Append.
I
You don't have to append. You don't have to put the index or anything. You just put the value. It will add to the end.
yes.
But I think insert you could just put the value. Like you could put like banana, like insert banana, then comma, then grapes, right? So that's
Wait. Hold on. I think I just modified my data. So all fruits is like this, and using the inserts at the third index, I inserted grapes. So the result looks like this. So on the third index, I want grapes. So that's why on the new list, at the third index, you can see grapes here. Okay. But let's try the other version, the dot append. Dot append.
can you also
So
try all fruits dot insert but quotes
without the
banana
like this.
and then no. I'm saying that with the quotes banana then grapes. Quotes banana then comma grapes. I thought earlier what
Oops,
it was
wait.
there was an example that you don't have to insert the actual index number, but then the value and it will just add after that value.
Okay. Like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try that. So after banana, we should see grapes. Okay. So,
Okay, then I remember
so
wrong then.
yes,
My bad.
at this part, it should be an integer because
Oh, so it has to be
it's
the index. It has to be the
yes,
index.
it should be an index. I think the one that you are remembering is oops. I think the one that you are remembering is the append.
No,
Wherein you don't
I know. Append you don't have to, but then
okay.
I'm talking about like instead of inserting an index of the number, you insert the value of what is before the value you want to insert. I thought I saw something
So
like that. It was basically inserting the rather than the number of the index, you're actually inserting that where you like the value before the one where you want to you like for example just type in banana. I thought that was that, but then never mind. I remember it wrong.
okay.
I'll change my
So
notes.
I think you they call this. You saw another example and associated it on the insert somehow. But on the case of the insert, there are two parameters. The first parameter should be an integer. And the integer should be on the range of all of this. There should be it should be on the range. The dot append, I think this one automatically inserts the value at the last. So all fruits, let's print first the all fruits so that we know what its version. So it is apple, banana, cherry, grapes, watermelon, pineapple. So okay, let us insert or append new fruit. Can you give me a new fruit? Append. What are the fruits? The dra
Lemon.
okay, lemon. Let's say lemon. Okay, check and then let's print all fruits. All fruits. So Oops, lemon. Maybe I ran this twice. That's why it gives us 2 lemons. Okay, so there are instances here. At this point, you can see this typical problem, especially on the list methods, especially on the list methods, wherein if you run something twice, that process will be applied twice also. Like from these fruits, this is the list of the all fruits. And from that list, you want to add lemon at the end. So I will run it. So lemon is added at the end. From this value of the list, all fruits, I want to append lemon. So if you run it again, it will perform again the process. So if you click it multiple times, it will just add and add that lemon again and again. Okay. So see the results if maybe you click it twice or thrice. That's why you are seeing it. But that is easy to solve. Like let's say Python remembers that there are 4 lemons. So just go back on the top part, run it at the beginning. Just run the lines and it should give you the right answer. Okay, lemon. But if I hit this run again, another lemon will be added at the end. Okay. Okay, how about we remove something from this? How about we remove? There are 2 ways to remove items from the list. And do you still remember the syntax for that? Or the keywords? And then the keywords will do.
Dot pop and got
Yes,
removed.
one is that pop. And what is the special case of the dot pop? What is the
Dot pop.
special?
I think pop dot pop. You don't have to put anything in. You just remove
Yes.
the last item.
Yes, exactly. You don't need to indicate a parameter here. It will just automatically remove the last element. But the other version or the other method by using that remove, I think that remove, and here you need to specify what is the thing that you want to remove. Okay, let's try to apply first that pop on the all fruits. All fruits that pop. Okay, I type it this way and I will run the all fruits. So that will give you all fruits without the last element, which is lemon. Okay. But what if on this all fruits, this is the updated version. I want to remove, let's say, banana. So if you want to remove specific items, you need to use the dot remove. All fruits that remove. What is the thing that you want to remove? Banana. And when you print all fruits. Oops. Oh, the reason why is I already removed banana and I am running it again. So I will repeat the process. But it is fast since our codes are simple. But there is a way to prevent this when we have the data frames. Okay. At this part, we remove the lemon using the dot pop. Right? But on this part, from this list, we remove banana, specifically banana. And on the due list, there is no banana. Okay? Is everything clear? Hasiba.
Can you
and-
list within the remove function? Like you'll do quote banana, comma, cherry.
Let's try to do that on another line. All fruits that remove. Let's try to remove cherry and grapes. Grapes. Like this?
Yeah.
Okay, so list that remove takes exactly one argument. So we have two on our list, so that's why it gives us an error. But what if we have sub lists, list of cherry and grapes, and since it is enclosed, it is considered as one parameter. Okay. List that remove works given that X is not a list.